And on this episode of Sizzlin Sierras, we're going to do a wonderful warm mountain bread bake. That's right. Here in the Sierra Nevadas, we do down home cooking with that special mountain twist. We'll see you back after these messages. That's a cut, Shauna. Okay, all right, well, it's showtime, everybody. We're going to bake. I'm glad we're away on break. We're going to bake a loaf of bread. Okay, 5 seconds till commercials are over, Shauna. Okay. Hi, and welcome back to Sizzlin Sierras. I'm Shauna, your host. And today we're going to do a wonderful, chewy, delicious, steaming, warm mountain bread bake. So, what do you need if you want to cook along? And we always encourage that. Cook along with Shauna. Well, what's the first thing you need to do? The first thing you need to do is Google how to make bread. How to make bread. Homemade bread. All right, let's see what the ingredients are for bread. Okay, now we got ingredients ahead of time. You're going to need a few simple things: yeast, granulated sugar or salt, oil or butter, and flour. Flour made out of wheat. Okay, now what you want to do is you want to first prepare your ingredients. Proof the yeast. In a large bowl or stand mixer, add the yeast, water, and just a pinch of sugar or honey. Allow to rest for 5 to 10 minutes until foaming and bubbly. This is called proofing the yeast to make sure it is active. If it doesn't foam, the yeast is no good and you need to start over with fresh yeast. All right, fine. 5 minutes on medium speed. All right, so let's head on back into the kitchen where my co-host Shauna will once again take over. She calls me her co-host, but really she treats me like her bitch. I'm sick of it. I do not treat you like that, okay? All right, fine. Whatever you say, boss lady. Ricky? My name's Eric. Ricky, I'm actually not to smoke marijuana on set, please. Sorry, Shauna. Okay, let's get out the mixer. As per the instructions there, good idea to proof the yeast in the mixer. Why not? Well, possibly you don't have a mixer. I didn't have a mixer. I never dreamed I would have a mixer. But, like many wonderful things in life, one came with this house. Yes, this very fine, high quality mixer came with the house. why was that happen? I don't know. Yeah, it's like we said we bought it fully furnished. And didn't really have a clear understanding of what that meant, but they clearly thought that not just live anything that kind of goes in the house. Okay. Mixer, yum fixer. So, if you've never used one of these things before, it takes a second to figure it out the first time, but once you get the idea of it, it's pretty straightforward. So the gist of it is this. This thing, you can't see what I'm doing. This thing goes up and down with this lever, right? When you put it down, then you can put this bowl on it, on these little pegs it has. Then you put this on this thing. But there's a certain way that it locks on. So you have to get it in the right spot. Just like that. There. Now, the thing is, we don't need this on yet because we're just proofing the yeast first. Okay, we're proofing the yeast. And the way we do that is first we get our glasses so we can read the instructions on the yeast. Let's go get our glasses. You're going to really enjoy getting our glasses. I have faith in you. Now, having baked bread before, you just have to look up the recipe again, but okay. To dissolve, stir 2 1/4 teaspoons into 1/4 cup warm water. To proof, stir in 1 teaspoon sugar, let stand for 10 minutes. Okay. So now, I'm going to need to play a game that I like to call Find a Teaspoon. Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Thanks. Turns out Rachel knows where the measuring spoons are. He says where the forks and knives and spoons are?
Yeah, and if they're like chained together.
They're made like slaves? Oh, these things.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Sorry I didn't see it before you had to walk all the way over here.
It's all good.
Does it say which size is which?
It should.
Oh. TSP is teaspoon, right? Okay, so teaspoon is this one. Two 1/4 teaspoons. Right? One. Two. And here's a 1/4 teaspoon. See, it says right there, 1/4 teaspoon. And a 1/4. Now, refrigerate after opening, it says. Fine, I will do so. Go on. Okay. So, now that I've teaspooned my way to step one's completion, we are going to move on. I might need these measuring spoons again. I'm going to leave them out for now. Actually, I think I'm going to put them right here for now. I'll put them back when I come. Alright, so. Oh, wait. I need that jar because it says the instructions on it. Now, we're supposed to add a quarter cup of warm water, 100 to 110 degrees. So, we put it on hot, but then I'll turn it down to warm. 100 to 110 degrees is about the temperature of a hot shower. Well, maybe it's the temperature of a pleasantly warm shower that's not pushing the boundaries of hot. Well, come on, hot water, hurry up. Apparently, a washed faucet never gets hot. Do I have it backwards? No, that's cold. This is hot. What is this thing anyway? Never even used this before. Have you ever even noticed this thing before, Rachel?
What thing?
Is KitchenAid Instant Hot?
Yeah, I've never used it.
I don't even think I noticed it before. It's an additional faucet.
That's good. Because it's not hot.
Nope. I mean, maybe it would heat up over time, but its name is Instant Hot, so I'm not sure that's good enough that it heats up over time. I'd like to look that up online. Maybe I could fix that. It'd be kind of cool to have instant hot water. Alright, well, water's getting warm. Slowly but surely. There we go. Come on, you can do it. You can do it, little water. Look at that. Oh, bye right now. Okay. Seems like that's quite hot. That seems like about right. Now, I'm going to push all this yeast down and into the water. Push it in, push it around a little bit. Swish it, push it. Wish it, fish it. You need to do all of that. And then, once you're done with all of that, that's when it's time to add just a whisper of honey. That says here to proof during 1 teaspoon of sugar. But the other recipe said honey is fine.
So I'm going to use this. I'm just going to put just a dollop. Just even like half a dollop. I think a full dollop would be too much honey. Come on, honey. Don't be so difficult to squeeze. You prima donna of sugars. Honey is the prima donna of sugars. All right, let me get a little scooper of some kind. Here we go. Perfect. Okay. Now it's supposed to get foamy. According to the instructions, it's supposed to get foamy if it proofs within 10 minutes. Hi, Show Media. Hi, Jeremiah Fix. Hi, Boba Fett. Are you here for Sizzlin Sierra's Warm Mountain Bread Bake? Featuring me, Shauna. We're going to have a wonderful warm mountain bread bake. Warm mountain bread bake. We're out of talk, Shauna. What's that?
Your face.
Hmm?
Of your face.
Can you get a picture of my face?
Yeah.
Sure, you want to take off the glasses?
Yeah. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, now that we've done the proofing, you need to take another one?
Yeah.
I figured as much. Let me hold it.
Ooh.
Now let's go back and we will look at the instructions on how to make bread. Here on Sizzlin Sierra. All right. Add the remaining sugar or honey, salt, oil, and 3 cups of flour. Okay, well, how much sugar or honey are you supposed to add in total? It doesn't say how much. Okay. It doesn't say how much sugar, salt, or oil to add in this recipe. How can it not say that and call itself a bread recipe? It's crazy. Okay. I'm going to try a different bread recipe. I'm disappointed with this one's woeful inadequacy. Show more. This is too big of a, yeah. It still doesn't say how much. Like, what the hell? And then, okay, on Grandma's recipe, it says, oh, I see. They converted it for you. Quarter cup sugar, quarter tablespoon of salt. Okay. Can anybody do a good job of simply giving a set of instructions for how to make fucking bread that include all the steps? $500 grams of strong white bread flour. Okay. I do not need your instructions in metric. Could this be any more surprisingly difficult to find an actual bread recipe? Okay, here we go. This looks like it's got the right amount of things. I just need 3 cups. Let me Google this. Ingredient ratios for bread for 3 cups of flour. Ingredient ratios for bread for 3 cups of flour. Oh, for fuck's sake. Ratio is 5 to 3 flour and water. Okay. So, if the ratio is 5 to 3 flour to water, then I guess I'll just make 2 loaves. It doesn't say how much oil. Let's see. 1 teaspoon of yeast per pound of flour. Alright, well, I don't fucking know. It doesn't tell me how much sugar or salt to put in. I just put in a little bit of it. I put a little bit more of this honey in. Maybe you're hotter than a squire's bottle. There, this will work better. I'll take this off. So I don't know how much honey to put in this thing, but I do know that I should put some, but not an infinite amount. So I'm just going to put this much honey. If I could get it to come off of the spoon. I could probably get it to come off the spoon by heating the spoon. Come on. Get off of there. Okay. That's a start. Next, we'll put a little bit of salt in here. Like now. Okay. Now, you're also supposed to put a little bit of oil in there, from what I understand. But again, it doesn't say how much oil to put in. Instead of using oil, I'm going to use butter. And how much butter? Well, first of all, you're supposed to use melted butter. So this now represents the second reason why I need a heating element of some sort to heat things up with. Okay. Now, we're going to need to melt some butter into here. I can just take this off of there for now. I don't need to have it on the mixer per se. Go back there. Stop. There are no wars. Okay. Now we're going to melt a little bit of butter into here. As per meow. Oh no. I dropped this butter into the thing. Okay, now let's wash this butter off and put it back in the box. Maybe it's time to just throw this piece of butter away. Well, I'll leave it out in case I need more butter. I don't know if I'm going to, but you never know. Now, it's time for the star of the show. What's the star of the show, you may ask? Well, actually, first it's time for this. I want to get this honey to fall off of there. And voila, no problem. If you ever wonder, how do I get honey off a spoon? Just like that, my friends. Just like that. It's just that easy. So keep that in mind for future reference. And next ingredient. We're going to need 5, count them 5 cups of flour. I got a new bag of flour, only to realize, of course, when I got home, that we already have 2 bags of flour. Now I'm assuming these are leveled cups, not heaping, or it would have said heaping. 1, 5 cups of flour? Seems like a lot of flour. I guess the ratio is 5 to 3. It's 10 to 6. If I do 3 cups of flour, five to 3 is 10 to 6, which is not the same thing as 3 to 2. I guess I just have to put all 5 cups of flour in. Otherwise, I'm going to have to do some difficult math. It might involve a calculator. 4, 5. Alright. Fine. You wanted 5 cups of flour bread? You got it. You got what you asked for. Now let's see if you can handle it. Alright, we're going to put this back on here now. And we'll put some water in there.
How many cups of water are you going to put in there?
I'm going to put in 3 cups of water because that's the amount of water I'm supposed to put in. One, 2 cups of water, plus a 3rd cup for extra Christmas cheer. That's too much. Still too much. Good. And there's your 3rd cup of water. Now, we're going to do this. I'm going to put this in there. I'm going to slide it up. Slide it up there like that. And then tilt it so it locks. And it says, put it on medium. There. Now, put it on medium. I guess that's medium. How long is it? Okay, so I asked Rachel to Google how long can I mix my bread in the mixer for. I think it said 5 to 10 minutes. Maybe it said either 5 minutes or 10 minutes. I started it, 45 seconds ago. At speed 2, huh? You think that's been 2 minutes yet? We get another 15 to 30 seconds, I think. All right, let's see how it looks. I don't know, it seems a little liquidy for bread though.
You think it needs a little bit more time?
Yeah, I'm gonna give it more time. looking more like bread dough, but in my opinion, still too liquidy. What's that?
I guess whatever you think is intuitively right.
Yeah, but I've made bread before. It says make sure you avoid over kneading by adapting the hand kneading time required in your favorite recipes. Oh, it says mix for 2 minutes, then knead. Well, I'm not gonna play that game. So, that thing can go fuck itself. As they taught me in France a long time ago. That thing can go fuck itself. Now, I suspect, despite their warnings, that this dough remains under-kneaded. Oops. Okay. Well, one of the problems maybe when I added the water, I forgot to subtract the quarter cup of water I added initially. I don't know if that's a big problem or not. Okay. Now it's time to let the dough rise. Now, if you ain't never risen no dough before, well, there's a few things about rising dough you should know. You should know, one, you gotta keep it warm. Keep it in a warm place. Watch it form. Look at the bread making wrap. Doesn't this look too liquidy to be bread dough? It does to me. But you know what? I'm going to give it the benefit of the clout. Let's see. How long are you supposed to let bread dough rise for? Are you supposed to do anything special, etc.? Let me look that up on the internet. I think you're supposed to maybe cover it with saran wrap. Let's find out. Cover your dough. Put it in a large bowl. All right, this sounds more accurate. You need to make sure you kneaded it thoroughly enough. It should take around 7 to 8 minutes in medium speed on a machine. By hand, more like 10 to 12 minutes. So, no, this has not been kneaded enough. And that other website called Socket. You know?
Yeah.
Or what's up with you,
Yeah,
fuck
what's
cars?
up with you on Indeed?
Are you trying to ruin my bread? There. Now, back you go. You just put it right there and let it go for a few more minutes. Now, what is this for? I got this thinking we might need it, baking powder, but it didn't call for any in the bread. I don't know if that's a normal bread thing or... If you don't use this to bake bread, what do you use it for? It says it's double acting. I could read that if I had on 6 pairs of glasses. Let me just leave you alone for a minute. We might even go smoke a cigarette for a minute, you know? Part of the cigarette. I don't want to be needy with my bread dough. That'll just drive it away. Let's see. Like, seriously, who could possibly read that? I can't read it with my glasses. I probably couldn't read it with both my pairs of glasses. Nobody could read that. It's too small for the human eye without an electron microscope to read. Ruben R. Hello. Hero Lamb, hello. Ruben Hero, hello. Hero R, hello. Winston's Bomb, hello. Boba Fett, hello. Karma's Pimp, hello. And once again, Hero Lamb, hello. Yeah, smoke a bit of a cigarette. We're going to let the mixer do its thing for a couple minutes. Because machines don't like to be watched while doing their job. If watched, they will not finish their job. As for the boiling pot, so too the mixing dough. Thank you for responding to my hi, Karma's Pimp. That means a lot to me. Obviously, Eric can't do backflips and stuff from the top rope, at least that we know of. Now, I can't do backflips from any place at all, okay? Those were Acacia's cigarettes that she left here. Those are Blend 27. I don't smoke those normally, but if someone leaves you a pack of cigarettes, you know, it lets you put out going to the cigarette store for a couple more hours. Oops, sorry. Didn't mean to hit you with the tripod trouble. Oops. Okay. Now, I suspect that in total now, we're probably approaching 7 to 8 minutes of mixing. Can anyone tell just by looking at it? Yeah, that's done, Eric. That's exactly how long it's supposed to be. Anybody know? I'm going to say yeah. Let's take a look at it. No, it still seems too liquidy, right? It's too liquidy.
To add more flour.
Add more flour. Okay. You don't think it's too late for that? Fine. I'll add about a quarter cup of flour. That seems more like the right amount. Like it seems like gummy like it's supposed to be. But I kind of want to push some things down a little bit. Okay, I think that's probably good. Still seems a little liquidy, maybe. Let's see. Yeah, it's still a little liquidy, I think. Maybe I'll even add a little bit more flour. Get off of there. Go on. Go. 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 Alright. Rinse these two wooden spoons off, put them away. Put these things away. Rinse this off. Put this away. Alright. Alright. Now, I believe, ladies and gentlemen, we're making some progress. This seems to be right. Feels about right for bread dough. So, let me just try to get all the extra bits off as per me. This is why you're supposed to put flour on your hands. I forgot about that part. If you put flour on your hands, then the dough doesn't stick to your hands as much. Oh, fine then. Alright, so now what we want to do is let this rise, but we also want to make sure we've got everything off of the sides of it. Okay, so put this in a warm place. I'm going to put it right under this little light here, which does produce some warmth. It's not LED, it's, I guess, regular light bulbs. Now, I don't believe I'm going to need this mixer again. So I'll take this opportunity to put the mixer away, this part of it, because it does take up a lot of space. And I'll put the bowl part away later. First off, blow off some flour. I'm not sure if I need to cover my bread dough or not for the rising portion. I seem to remember my mother covering it with saran wrap.
Sounds about right.
So I think I'm going to copy my mother, or at least my memory, which may or may not be accurate. But, and try to cover it with saran wrap. Rachel says it sounds right. Played Ultima Online in the 90s. I mean, I played the very first Ultima, which was definitely not online, on the Apple IIe. What am I looking for? Oh yeah, saran wrap. Actually, I'm beginning to question whether we have any saran wrap. Although I was sure we did.
I thought we did too.
Did I move it somewhere? Oh, there it is. I put it behind the other box in one of my many attempts to get better organized that continually result in me losing things. I knew where this was in a bad place. Now I reorganize things. It's in a good place, and I have no idea where it is. But good news is I found saran wrap. So all saran wrap related panickings can blessedly come to their overdue conclusions. Alright, I'm sweeping up a little bit of flour here from the counter into my hand with this paper towel. A good way to clean up some mess. And now I'll throw it in the trash can. Okay, we still haven't moved the mixer back yet, but we're about to. And we'll even take along Mr. Plastic Wrap. Alright, so let's finish cleaning up before we go any further. Which means I want to get at least this thing washed. Okay. And with a little bit of elbow grease and water, this thing is declared clean enough. Now these things, I might as well just put them all into the dishwasher. Is the dishwasher dirty dishes or clean?
Clean.
Oh, it's clean?
Yeah.
Well then,
I can unload it.
what's that?
I can unload it.
Don't feel like you need to unload it right now. It's fine. Maybe I'll start unloading it a little bit too. Let's see how many dishes are in the dishwasher. Well, that doesn't seem very bad. There's only a few bowls. I could unload this pretty quick. Here you can see bong resin from where Rachel put the bong when she put it in the dishwasher. That's fine, darling. When it used to be your bong before I stole it from you, you washed it regularly, so it stayed pretty clean. Once it's become my bong, it doesn't get washed regularly anymore, and it is thus now defeated the capacity of the dishwasher to clean it. Okay, a couple more bowls. This is half cup, half bowl, you might say. There's a bowl. Alright, so we're going to put this bowl there, that bowl there. This, I've decided, qualifies as a cup instead of a bowl because there aren't any other bowls like this in there, but there are cups like that in there. Ergo, it must be a cup. Now, coffee cups, as per meow, we'll go up here where the coffee cups are. We've got plenty of coffee cups, as you can see, for two people. Here's where the glasses go. Now, we've got this which is garage plate. As you can see, it's got clay on it and stuff. So that makes it garage plate. I do little things on it in the garage. Acacia made clay on it. I've had Tiffany ride on it one time. It's the garage plate is the point. Now, all that's left is silverware. I try to keep the silverware and the regular silverware separate because the silverware comes with a handy container that already has a spot for everything. So I don't want to fill up the spots with the wrong things, you know.
Thank you for doing that.
No problem, darling. Okay. Now the dishwasher is empty. And it's time to fill it up again. Got some new silverware to go in there. I got this drip coffee maker, which I'm planning on putting away in the tech closet, but which needs to be cleaned first. So I'll put this there and there. Seems like a good place for that. Bada bing, bada boom. That thing's done. I guess this cup, I don't know if it's clean or dirty, so I just put it in the washing machine. This just poured water out of it, so it's fine. This I'll put in here. And let's see if I can grab any other dishes over here. Maybe there's a couple of coffee cups here. I'll grab these with my grabbing hands. All right. Get my beer, which I put where? Here it is. And I'm back. I hope you enjoyed looking at my empty chair in my absence. Oh. Well, that was a bit more of an undertaking than I expected, frankly. But in some ways, less of an undertaking than I expected. So, a mixed bag, you might say. I wonder if one Mr. Michael Hart has offered any kind of reply yet to my earlier live stream in which I called him out for his thinly veiled and irrelevant personal attack on me. Has he responded? What did Acacia ride on? Well, she rode on the little wilderness car.
Yeah.
The little wilderness car actually seats 6, what I've come to understand is that everything in this house seats 6. There's 6 seats in here, 6 seats around the dining room table. The little organist car seats 6. There's 3 bedrooms, which is enough for 6 adults, 3 couples, plus a day room. So you could squeeze some other people in here, but the rest of the house is suitable for 6. It's got 2.5 baths, which is 3 toilets, 1 for every 2 people.
I think the numbers 7179 add up to 62.
14, 23, 24 divided by 2 is 12, divided by 2 is 6. You could say 3 then, I suppose. Is that how you're supposed to do it? Numerology?
No,
Or did I do it wrong?
Just add it.
Okay, well then that's 23, 24
And then 24, 2 plus 4.
is 6.
Mhm.
Oh, I see. That was a step I didn't get. And you can turn those bedrooms into all kinds of stuff, though, like a studio, etc. Well, yeah, sure. The thing is, I was just noting something that I hadn't really noted until our recent party, that this house is kind of made to have a group of 6. Well, the point is, each couple can share a toilet without any like privacy boundaries being crossed or whatever, you know.
Yeah, that's true.
Prahlad Johnny, the starving monk who lived decades after decades without food and water. Really? He lived decades without food and water.
Mhm.
Okay, it's true that 6 people cannot shit simultaneously, but 3 can. And the whole idea of a house built for 6 is not that it's built for 6 individuals, but rather that it's built for 3 couples. Because obviously, then you have to be very, very intimate with your significant other if you're both going to shit on the same toilet at the same time. Like say, me sitting outward, Rachel facing me, shitting between my legs as I shit. Well, it's possible, Ruben, but the thing is, for that to be really a good idea, it would have to be necessary, which would mean there'd have to be more than 3 people in the house concurrently having urgent cases of the runs, you know, like, oh, I gotta go. And then a 4th person be like, oh, no, I gotta go.
Oh no.
So, no, the house does not encourage it. No, it does not. The house encourages 3 people to go to the bathroom concurrently. And no more than that. If a 4th wishes to go, it should be a male who's peeing outside. Girls are welcome to pee outside. It's just a little bit more complicated for them. So, chivalry demands that the male be the one to volunteer to go pee outside if somebody has to. Call me old-fashioned. You know, maybe I am a little old-fashioned. But in my world, a chivalrous man, when all 3 toilets are occupied, says, don't worry about it. You take the toilet, lady. I can pee outside.
Wow, that is chivalrous.
Mm-hmm. That's why they knighted me in Great Britain. Sir Eric of Chivalry. Please don't. I tell you what we can manifest, though. Destiny. It's our manifest destiny to Make all America America. You know, people always remember the Louisiana Purchase, but people never talk about the acquisition of the Oregon territories. Oh, Jefferson's Louisiana Purchase. What about James K. Polk and the wonderful job he did acquiring the Pacific Northwest? What about that, huh? Or was it Alaska? Or was it both? I don't know. And that's one to grow on. I'm so glad it's raining again. We're getting plenty of precipitation in Percy's pretty perambulator. We aren't getting any snow, which is fine. Snow is kind of a pain in the ass, frankly. I don't care if we're getting snow or not, as long as the state's getting rain, especially our area getting plenty of rain like this. Bodes well. But if last year's an indicator, the coldest part of the year actually comes after Christmas, January, whatever, because that's when we mostly got snow last year. Is after we moved up here, January, February. It would seem like the coldest time of the year would be December 21st, because that's the shortest day of the year. But it's not even the center of winter. It's the start of winter, supposedly. You think the shortest day of the year should be the center of winter, right? It's not. Just like the longest day of the year should be the middle of summer. The equinoxes should be the middle of fall and spring, respectively. That's what makes sense, right? But just because it makes sense that way doesn't mean the weather actually is like that. For some reason, it seems like it's probably colder in January than in December, even though objectively January is closer to December's closer to the shortest day of the year. So weather patterns and day length they aren't necessarily, they don't move in conjunction with each other. They're not linked channels. To use an audio analogy. Well, I want to thank you guys. It's seeming like you've accomplished your number one job. I feel a poo coming on. I haven't had one today that I recall. I don't believe I had one during the morning stream, so pretty important stuff. How do you think my bread's going to turn out? Who votes my bread's going to be awesome? Who votes my bread's going to be disappointing? I vote the latter. There's too many problems in the construction process. It's unlikely to turn out well. Well, yeah, sometimes something like that will pleasantly surprise you. You know. There's something that I was cooking for a while that. Oh, rice. Every time I cook rice, I think, it didn't turn out right this time. I can smell it. I can smell it didn't turn out right. I wish I had the fire up a little too high or something. And it turns out perfect. So, I'm always wrong when I think I cooked rice wrong. Unless I really fucked it up and it's obvious, you know. But you never really know till you take the lid off and test it with a fork. And at that point, if you haven't got it right, it's too late. You can't fix it. You can't fix bad rice. I guess presumably you could try to like make a risotto out of it or something. But risotto is gross. I'm not sure why the Italians don't just cook rice like regular people. It's like, who wants your rice turned into oatmeal? Nobody, except for Italians, I guess. And I don't even think they like it. They're just proud of their heritage. That's my theory. Nobody likes risotto. You know what else people don't like? But they might say they like because they want to be fancy? Paella. Nobody likes paella. There's a good reason for that. It's because it's gross. Also, another thing nobody likes. Ceviche. Sorry, Mexico. Cook your fish or be super anal, sterile Japanese sushi. One or the other. Don't try to split the difference. Now, believe me, Mexico, you're not in any shape to be serving sushi grade anything. I can't even get a salad there without getting sick from the water you wash the lettuce with. So no, I don't trust your ceviche, obviously. Normally, if you go to Mexico, you can count on the substantial amount of tequila you're going to consume helping to kill off just Mexican intestinal problems, right? But I don't drink alcohol, so sorry, Mexico, you're off my list of places to go. Do non-drinkers ever want to go to Mexico? What does one do in Mexico besides drink? Hit piñatas. Say por favor and gracias. That's about it. It's about all there is to do in Mexico. Hang out with cactuses, I guess. You could go to Mexico City. You know what? It's a very smoggy place. Not a very nice place. Supposedly. I think I have been there, but it was a long time ago. You know, when I was a kid with my parents. Back when Mexico wasn't synonymous with kidnapping drug cartels. That's why I favor Puerto Rico, the land of grapefruit flavor. Cuba would probably be interesting to visit for like a day. And you realize you have no modern amenities. There are bugs everywhere. You know. You're like stuck with 1960s level technology. And the only activity you can engage in is smoking cigars. You know what Cuba should do? They should bring back all the casinos and stuff. I bet their communist utopia would have a much higher standard of living if they could get jobs at casinos. I mean, it would have been better off if the mob had just taken over the whole island, you know? But boy, could America have dealt with that any more poorly. A classic historical example of how not to provoke change. Obviously, if you got a communist country like Cuba, the thing to do is not cut off trade with them, not embargo them or whatever. It's to flood them with American goods and services as much as they'll let you do so. It's to engage them in import-export stuff so that their hypocrisy is exposed, you know? Well, Fidel Castro, well, Raul Castro, we made the point that by doing this deal, your country will gain this much wealth, which you can then use to, I don't know, provide 20th century healthcare to your people instead of simply guaranteeing the universal right to healthcare while having no qualified medical professionals in the country. I mean, even if the professionals are qualified, you don't have the equipment. So, congratulations. Shit sure is fair. Life sucks for everybody. Oh, I'm sure there are happy Cubans, but that's really not the point. Catherine Favre charged some hefty prices for online Zoom classes on the Enneagram. $650 is the early bird price. Oh, yeah. Well, just goes to show you. Why is Joyce Mang on there? Probably because neither of them care about being right, but they do care about networking to better attain success. I don't know. I don't think Joyce Mang is especially like greedy or anything, but she probably has a conventional understanding of success. Catherine Favre versus Brett Favre. I say it's a stalemate. Brett Favre has the narrative that, hey, I took money earmarked by the state of Alabama, I think it was, Mississippi, for the poor and had it redirected to my daughter's university's volleyball program. Good for me. He's got that going on. She's got, hey, I don't know shit, but I'm charging $650 for a session with me to learn things. Right. So, you'll note the difference between Catherine Farr's classes, C.F. Joseph's so called typing sessions, and Eric's reply to this email. Hi, Eric. Do you do MBTI coaching or anything else besides typing sessions? You can use it however you want. I can answer questions, provide advice, life, relationship stuff, whatever. I don't claim to be an expert on all that stuff, but I'll give the hour my full attention and best effort, regardless of how you want to spend it. Well, you're never going to convince people you're worth hundreds of dollars like that, Eric. True. I'm never going to convince people I'm worth hundreds of dollars like that. But, even at $100 a typing session, I don't book very many. So, there's that. I'd probably book just as many if it were more expensive, if not more, just because of human psychology, right? Well, I mean, if I'm going to pay for a typing session, I just want to pay for it once and know I'm getting the right answer. So I'm going to get the most expensive one. That's human psychology. That's the way people think sometimes. Me too. Sometimes it's like, I've had this happen plenty of times. Go to the weed store. I used to do it. I stopped doing it quite a while ago when I realized, after enough experiences, how pointless it was. And be like, okay, we're on vacation. Let's get the most expensive weed they have. It's sure to be spectacular. And it's just another weed that's overpriced. You know? The difference between me and Catherine Farr and C.S. Joseph is it's as though you go to the store, you get the fanciest weed you can. So it's not just some other weed. It's complete fucking coffee, doesn't get you high, horrible garbage. Meanwhile, the best weed imaginable in the history of the planet is available for $100 an ounce. And people keep walking by it because it must not be that good, right? It wouldn't be $100 an ounce. Going to bed?
Yeah.
Cool.
I'm so tired.
Yeah, you don't need to justify anything, baby. You do as you wish. I price, yes, I price match. More expensive typology. Well, if I had 10 requests in one day, if I had 10 typing sessions in one day, if it was at the beginning of a bottle of Adderall, I'd probably be like, all right, hammer through, make $1,000. If I had 10 typing sessions every day, I'd be like, holy shit, I'm going to make $30,000 this month. I just have to try to make all these typing sessions. I wonder how long you need to let your bread rise for. It says until... Yeah, I agree with you, Ruben R. 100%. Unfortunately, price points don't necessarily work like that. I doubt I'm more busy than C.S. Joseph or Catherine Favre. Although teaching a class is a little different. I understand pricing a class like that if you're providing, say, 12 total hours of class session or something, um, plus materials, you know, I've worked as a businessman pricing, like, say, Christmas break session class, intensive class on this thing. So I understand her pricing for a class a lot more actually than I understand C.S. Joseph's pricing for a typing session. But, really, your goal for a class should be to get $30 an hour per student and have at least 10 students, right? Richard Rohr, an OG on Enneagram. Never even heard of him, so that proves your point, here I am, that everybody sleeps on him, or at least it proves your point that Eric does. I've at least heard of most people who do a fair amount of work in either Enneagram, Socionics, MBTI, any of that kind of personality stuff. Heard of most of them at least. Never heard of him. I am aware that an Enneagram was, in its initial understanding, a very Christian and or maybe Catholic thing. Well, you know what? The wobble bong is a good idea to pitch on Shark Tank. The thing is, obviously, I have a very specific understanding of Enneagram that says it should only be used to explain this kind of thing and nothing else, or else it's trying to explain things with Enneagram that can only be explained with personality type. Enneagram is not a personality type, it's a relationship uh, with FI. It's a taxonomy of FI. It was a Christian thing. They still teach it in some churches using the sense or something. Oh, I'm not dissing him because he's Christian or dissing Enneagram because he's Christian. I just found that interesting because as we encounter it now, it doesn't really have any Christianity around it as I encounter it on the internet or whatever. Well, I mean, the guy who I don't know came up with it or coined the term and the nine. No, I wasn't responding to you. I was responding to Hero Lamb saying Roar is not an average Christian for sure. And I was saying, yeah, even if he were, I don't have any problem with Christians or anything. I think it's interesting that there's a component of Christianity that there are, I guess you'd say, expressions of Christianity that they still use. We're still talking about Enneagram. The father of Enneagram. Joseph P. Wobblebong. I think that probably Shark Tank would would be interested in the wobble bong. Unfortunately, first I'd have to invent it such that it works. I'd need a working prototype. Since I don't have any concept of how to even achieve that, except by making it curved and heavy at the bottom, I guess it's easy enough to achieve. But it would need to be in all directions, right? It would need to be round, kind of. Otherwise, it would fall over this direction or that direction. It finds itself in various religions through Christianity, though. Christianity, Judaism, Buddhism. Well, I mean, I don't doubt that elements of Enneagram are found in multiple traditions, but the term Enneagram and the notion of 9 distinct possible personality numbers you might get, each of each representing one of 3 possibilities of 3 triads: head, body, heart, relating to anger, fear, and shame specifically. All of that stuff. It's like you might find plenty of elements that are common with Jungian cognitive functions and myriad traditions before Jung presented his case, but Jung nevertheless is the father of Jungian cognitive functions. Similarly, Enneagram as a unified thing, somebody is the father of it. I don't know who that is, or mother of it potentially, although it's old enough that it's probably father. Mark Cuban is no longer going to be on Shark Tank, apparently. Enneagram, as I said in one of Taylor's streams recently, got quickly church fucked. What does that mean? It means it got damned by virtue of being associated with religion or something. Like, this has something to do with religion. All rationalists must hate it. Like that. There are tons of Christian channels where they talk about Enneagram. Oh. Well, I mean, the thing is, Enneagrams intuitively resonant as a nice map that seems to make sense, but it's not defensible like typology. Hi, show media. Am I an infidel now? God damn it. When did they change my religion? I told them I wanted to stay a Christian. And they said, don't worry, don't worry. We'll fill out the form for you. Are you? If your religion was liking REM, great decision. Yeah. That's me in the corner. That's me in the spot. Shut the fuck up, Michael Stipe. God, there's something about you that just bugs the shit out of me. I don't know what it is. I'm sure you're not a bad person, but you have one good song. One. It's the end of the world. Okay, two. Two good songs. It's the end of the world as we know it, and Stand in the Place Where You Live. And guess what? Michael Stipe hates Stand. He thinks it's like their worst song. Because it's their best song, and he's fucking wrong about music. Well, I mean, I like the lyrics to End of the World as We Know It, but the rest of his songs are, you know, just like difficult to like. Trying to be all both moody and intellectual. And, nonconformist. Because we're REM. Something about that, it just bugged me. No, 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 I want to say to them. Stop doing it wrong. I'm not saying, REM, that I'm not doing it wrong. I am too. Sure. I am not above reproach. You can critique me in lots of ways. But at least I'm trying. I'm trying to be less wrong in my music, right? It's very clear to everybody paying any attention that REM was trying to get worse and succeeding at it. People only like it because they feel like, they can resonate with feeling like a freak, the alien. What is this white thing here? What did I spill there? But, a much better example of a song that has the same kind of attitude or message as Creep is Tombstone Gray. He's better than me. Is that Tombstone Gray? That might be a different song. No, that's Tombstone Gray. He's better than me. He's everything I'm not. It's like, he's better than me. And oh my God, it fucking hurts because I'm not like other guys, I'm worse. She's better than me. She's everything I'm not. And how I wish I had something more than an old used towel on my bathroom floor. Those are great lyrics. Those are spectacular lyrics. Same kind of message, but instead of self-indulgent, overwrought navel-gazing, it's just top-notch cool. It's hard to even attain middle-notch cool. So, top-notch cool is no small accomplishment. Well, it's gotten bigger. I can see it's gotten bigger. I would not say it's double its size. Purportedly, you're supposed to let bread dough rise until it's twice as big as it was when you started it. So we'll just let that go for a while and see what it does. Okay, well, I didn't say that. Maybe I did say the origins of it were, but put it this way. In the West, its first popularization was by Christian thinkers. And what I said was that someone was the father of it. If it was that guy from Russia, fine. But the point is, someone authored it, right? It's not just a gradually, glomming together accumulation of random ideas. Somebody authored it. That's the point. Gonna email him tonight or tomorrow. Oh, some guy. You're gonna type you? Cool. I should hire someone to type me, huh? That'd be funny. I wonder if I said, I'd like to hire you to type me, but I want to publish the video of it. What they'd say. I'd be like, no, you cannot hire me. I wonder if C.S. Joseph would let me hire him to type me if I insisted that as part of my purchase price, I wanted to be able to publish the video on my channel. He would say no. What I said, okay, well then how about as part of the purchase price, you have to publish it on your channel or I get to publish it on mine. He'd still say no. There's that dumb Beck song too, which is kind of like I'm a loser baby, so why don't you kill me? That one's more absurdist, I guess. I'm not super impressed with Beck's lyrics, frankly. I like a lot of Beck's music, but I don't necessarily like his lyrics. In general, like my swagger. It says like he says like I think I'm in love, but I guess it makes you nervous to say so. He changes from I to you for no reason except he's just saying like, oh, I have to switch it up a little bit to be interesting. But in that case, you don't want to do that. In contrast, it's like every time we think maybe there's a Johnny lyric that we don't love, like there's a song where Rachel thought it said, be my next girl, which neither of us like because it's kind of like a playery kind of lyric, It presents a reality in which he has a succession of girls that he just has sex with and then moves on to the next one, But I said, I think it says BMX girl. And when we actually looked at the lyrics, it did say BMX girl bunny hop on your, BMX or whatever. But then in the next verse, it said meet my next girl, which is much better than B. That's smart, Fishing for compliment songs. I mean, like, I'm sure that I suck unless I get others tell me otherwise. Otherwise, please reassure me that I'm not completely wasting your time. Like that. Sounds like the sort of song I'd write, actually. Well, I can't do nothing but my dead car and my dead dog and my dead wife, but I can sit here at this dead bar for the rest of my goddamn dead life. Yes, everything is horrible and sad, and I suck. Like that. It's actually if you, I believe, Rachel. If you think I'm sexy and you really meow meow, come on sugar, let me meow. And then the last word I believe is meow, not no. But you got it almost right. Rick, did you watch this fun vid to watch and comment on now? Don't think there will be copyright. Oh, that's reassuring. Oh, I got copyright.
Watch my videos, maybe even subscribe to my Patreon for exclusive educational content. Now that I've shown for my channel, we can move on to what's really important. What type is Melissa?
Tell me an INTJ or ENTJ who wastes time repeating themselves.
Until I conduct an official investigation, all I can do is speculate based on her behavior during a more candid live stream event. The defensiveness over the topic lets me know her level of attachment to the title of ENTP, her willingness to ban those.
I mean, pretty well done. I don't think he's an ENTP though, to be honest. I don't know. I wouldn't, like I said in the Typology video, I wouldn't pull him over in the sense that I wouldn't arrest him. There's sufficient reason to believe he is an ENTP for anybody to make the case. But it doesn't seem to be a lot of, well, there didn't seem to be a lot of good typological ideas exactly in my initial, but I guess it doesn't really mean anything. I'm not sure what type the guy is. Obviously, I can't type him without typing him. ENTP is possible. I haven't watched enough of him to really have it. The mad doubt that I do have, that mad doubt was really instigated by somebody else telling me stuff about him that didn't sound very ENTP-like rather than my own observations. So let me just nix that whole previous line of thought. Nobody puts scabies on their brother. It's the old saying. Who here's had scabies before? Anybody? Anybody? It's me. I've had scabies before, yeah. In college, I lived at a house called Laguna Street House. The whole house, we all became infested with scabies. It was quite an ordeal to rid the house of those little buggers. There's also a hilarious story I read online. Before Lemmy was in a hospital for diabetes, had to get his toe removed. They told him it didn't happen, but he started smoking in the hospital. They said, "You can't smoke in here." And he said, What are you, crazy? You can't smoke in here. And he just said, "Well, if I'm losing a goddamn toe, I'm going to have a smoke." Fair enough. And I don't want to be in here. That's also fair enough, you know. Yeah, well, it was a lot of years ago that I had scabies when I was in college. And it was a big ordeal to like wash everything in the house, all the sheets, all of everyone's clothes at the same time, while concurrently everyone's putting this lotion on themselves that kills the scabies. If you got a house full of people trying to get everybody to be completely rid of it so you can actually have no scabies anymore is a challenge. But we did it. We pulled it off. Yeah, I was among those children who was placed in the company of a friend that had chicken pox because my mom said, "Well, you should get it," you know. I mean, I'm impressed. It wasn't me really that had to. There was this girl who lived at the house named Jen. There were two Jens. It wasn't Jen Johnson. It was the other Jen. the Jen from Texas, she was like super put a handle on shit and basically said, "Now listen up, everybody. We're gonna do better." And everybody just obeyed her. I don't know. So that's how the house got rid of scabies. Ozzy, are you sober now? What did he say? He's just like, the thing is, like, there's something very important to be taken away from the following reality. I used to be one of those people who had nothing but problem with intoxicants, and especially, of course, alcohol. You look at somebody like Matthew Perry. He had all those problems for years with drugs and alcohol, supposedly, and ended up dying from it. From ketamine. But I can't help but think that those people they had bought into this narrative that sobriety is not about excising drugs you can't handle from your life or excising drugs that cause net harms too bad to your life and from your life, but rather it's about either being completely sober or completely off the rails, just, you know? But I really think we do everyone a great service if we stressed that if you've got a problem with a substance that's fucking up your life, you should abstain from that substance. And definitely you should not abstain from other things that don't cause you problems. You're going to need those in your conquering of the one that does cause you problems. You're going to need the assistance of the ones that you can rely on. You can rely on yourself to use wisely. Otherwise, then every time you want to get high, you feel like it's some sort of relapse. Oh no, I've relapsed. Well, if you're not successfully identifying which drugs you can handle and which drugs you can't, then you're doomed to relapse because you're forcing yourself to give up things you don't need to give up as a way of giving up the thing you do need to give up. You're making your job unnecessarily more difficult. I can't help but think that within everybody, there's some bit of cognitive dissonance that eventually goes, but hold on a second. Smoking weed doesn't cause me any problems, right? You know, for most people it doesn't. Occasionally you'll meet somebody who says, no, it really caused me a lot of problems when I was smoking weed. But they're probably thinking about that not in comparison to the kind of difficulties actual drug problems cause, you know? I mean, I'm with you here, Lamb. For me, in my opinion, alcohol is the worst drug. It's definitely the one that I can handle least, right? I definitely cannot handle it at all. And it will get the better of me every time. But I also recognize that part of the reason it's I'm that way with it, is because in a lot of ways it's the perfect drug. It makes you feel relaxed. It gives you this kind of SI, like, ugh. And got that great warm feeling down in your belly. It makes you feel less stressed out, care less about shit, lower inhibitions, etc. When you first start drinking, it makes ordinary things fun. Later on, it makes ordinary things fun enough. Or at least it makes you boring enough. There's another way of thinking about it. We're talking about alcohol. Of course, the worst things about alcohol is that it has the absolutely worst fairness maker of all, you know? So, like, every drug's got some kind of a fairness maker. Even weed, to smoke weed, you gotta sacrifice dreaming. And I don't dream much because I smoke weed. You know, you can come up with some other things that maybe are trade-offs for weed. There aren't a lot of them. It's kind of like smoking cigarettes. Aside from health concerns and financial costs, there aren't the kind of direct negative impacts that, say, drinking has, which is called a hangover, or that amphetamines have, which is called chronically getting too little sleep for a stretch of time and then getting all cranky and needing a sleepy week or whatever. It doesn't have the kind of trade-offs that, like, psychedelics have. A risk of going too hard and lack of steady repeatability. But yeah, alcohol, as far as the price you pay for whatever benefit you garner from it, is a brutal exchange rate. Hangovers suck ass. I've had more horrible ones than I can even begin to remember. The only other kind of substance that's ever made me feel sick like that was opiates, like drinking too much codeine, drinking too much Vicodin. It would always make me feel like horribly car sick. Different than hungover, but just as awful. And its worst incarnation, even worse. The one time I drank like a large amount of an old bottle of codeine cough syrup. It was like, you know, strong, like the old shit used to be. Kind of an old bottle my dad had for years. I got high as fuck from that shit. Like, I was, oh, this is like heroin. Huh? I feel like an angel. And then I paid the price when I came down from that shit. I was so sick. I felt like I was like, it was the worst hangover of any sort I've ever had in my life. Worse than the worst alcohol hangover. It was terrible. I'm like allergic to the stuff or something. I don't know. I'm assuming not everybody has that reaction every time they do opioids or opiates. But I do, like, almost every single time. It doesn't matter what flavor it comes in. Whether it's codeine, Vicodin, black tar, heroin, doesn't matter. Yes, I've smoked that before. Made me puke my guts out. Never tried that again. You know, you want to hear somebody say, sure, why not? Offer Eric some drugs. He's not tried before. Sure, why not? Oh, sounds fun. Let's do it. But you'll note, though, that because I quit drinking, which was my problem, I'm not like Ozzy Osbourne, and I'm not hiding away like some successfully maintaining alcoholic trying to keep shit under wraps. I'm not lying about anything like Matthew Perry was, etc. And despite all this, a certain somebody named one Mr. Michael Hart was clearly referring to me when he spoke of a drug addicted NTP. Even though, to be honest, the only drug that I can articulate that I could be accused of being addicted to is this one. I'm not addicted to weed. I'm just habituated to smoking it. Plus, you know, it's like the deal I made with God when I quit drinking. That if he'd help me quit drinking, I'd appreciate that. And I was totally willing to do anything to quit drinking, but not things unrelated to quitting drinking, like smoking weed, you know. Well, I mean, I can tell the difference because I'm actually addicted to cigarettes and I'm just habituated to smoking weed. If I go a day or two without smoking weed, I probably won't even notice it. But maybe I would. You know, I just have plenty of experiences of going out in the world, not taking any weed, forgetting about it, whatever. Nowadays it doesn't happen really because Rachel, with her FE tool, when I smoke a cigarette in the car, she wants to smoke some, so she busts out the concentrate vape, which then naturally makes me want to hit it. So I don't go very long without weed nowadays very often, but there's been plenty of stretches in my life when, you know, I'd go all day without smoking any weed. Not have any kind of withdrawal. Going all day without smoking a cigarette, no. That's where you know the difference between addicted and habituated. Right? I'll get very, like last night, I did not want to go to town at 8 something o'clock to get cigarettes. But I knew if I didn't get to Mariposa before 9, that I wasn't going to be able to get more cigarettes till the morning. I didn't know how much I was going to be up last night. It ended up I went to bed at 10:30 and got a solid 4 or 5 hours of sleep. But then I was up early and I didn't want to be stuck without cigarettes, you know. Whereas I wouldn't be like that with weed. I mean, like maybe after a day or two, I'd be like, okay, we need to get more weed. But there's no urgency. What's this cool drawing behind me? Where is there a cool drawing? Where is I standing? Here? This is not a drawing. This is a recipe for something. And the name of a cleaning service that when I was I'm trying to scramble to get cleaning ladies to come clean our house before the home tour. I failed to do so, but I tried. I had a couple of names of cleaning ladies written down on the fridge. Well, you know what's good about grabbing a drink, Rachel? It will quench your thirst for liquid. Tiffany recommends you try getting a tall glass of either ants or sand. Personally, I'm not a fan of either ants or sand, but that's what Tiffany likes to drink. Little red Corvette. Meow, 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 meow. I saw that a short I put up today that showed a bulldozer kind of a truck thing. I don't know what you call it exactly, but pushing on this big pile of logs that was on fire. It was basically like a log picker upper and put her down her truck, kind of like a forklift, but more bigger and more heavy duty. Anyway, so I stopped and took a little short of it and said, "Wow, that guy's right in the thick of it," because he was like, "There's this big fire with these big logs," and he's just like driving his car right up into the logs, pushing on them and stuff. It got like 2,500 views. Everything that involves construction vehicles gets like at least 2,000 views. Yeah, well, he's a contractor or something. Here I am, Uncle Patty. He builds things, houses. I don't know, maybe department stores or whatever else construction people build. Cone putters, you might call them. I don't know if they consider that derogatory or not, given their enthusiasm for cones. Just read that on Reddit. When I was 13, I put cat litter in my mom's cigarettes so she would stop smoking. That's terrible. I seriously doubt the mom would not notice that. I would notice if somebody fucked with one of my cigarettes for sure. If you want to drink alcohol and have as few physical consequences as possible, you should drink good wine with a lot of food, while you're eating a lot of food. And have a late dinner so you go to bed right afterwards and not drink beforehand. If you do all of that, then you'll probably wake up feeling fine. But that's an expensive way to get loaded. Yeah, some wines go better with some foods, etc. Yeah, there's people who are experts at it are called sommeliers. Their career is to know what wine to go with what food. I don't know if they claim that mixing the correct foods and wines makes you less hungover, though. I think they just say these taste good together. But I'm not really sure. I liked wine a lot, but I was never a wine expert. Now, my friend Dave Porter, who also doesn't drink alcohol. Oh yeah, if you get super hammered, it doesn't matter what you drink, you'll you'll be hungover. That's why I mentioned the meal part. If you somehow manage to make it to 8 o'clock at night without drinking, and you're at a fancy restaurant where you're not, you kind of have to constrain yourself a bit and not go too hog wild. Plus, you've got a lot of food to occupy your attention, and it's like, say, I don't know, a company Christmas party. Well, then there's a decent chance you'll make it home without incident. I'm thinking of a couple of examples from my own life. We used to have our company Christmas parties at Ruth's Chris in Pasadena, and those instances of like go straight from work there be the first alcohol I'd had all day, and they didn't even have hard alcohol. They just have, or maybe they did, but it's like being the director, I had to watch how I appeared and etc. So I successfully pulled out drinking in those instances on a few occasions, but pretty tough. 1.1 billion in taxes by using fillers to make their cigarettes heavier, exempting them. Well, the clay found in cat litter is not the same thing as cat litter. Okay, can you go in through the cat door, please? I don't want you scratching on the door. Obviously. That's why you have a cat door. You're a sucker for those cheap wine flavored cigars you get from gas stations. I've never tried those. Anytime I've gotten cigars from gas stations in the past, it's been to take the paper off it and roll a blunt. Although I remember when I was a teenager, my friend Chris Morrow would smoke those Swisher Sweets. I thought those were pretty good. I love you too, Rachel. I think you're a wonderful woman, dipped in chocolate and molasses, tenderized to a golden brown, and served piping hot. Yeah, beer goes good with fish and chips. Beer goes good with lots of stuff, which is why it's so wonderful that there's good non-alcoholic beer. You know, that non-alcoholic beer tastes like beer. It doesn't. It's a perfectly good substitute for beer. Wine and liquor, the alcohol content's too high in it for you to have some sort of facsimile that doesn't have alcohol in it that works, in my opinion. But I haven't tried them all. I haven't really tried any non-alcoholic wines. I guess they exist, but how are they not just grapefruit juice? I mean, grape juice. Yeah, pie-eyed does mean drunk in England. You're right. Not just in England. I've heard the term here as well. It's antiquated, but I've read it, I guess I should say. I haven't heard it so much that I've read it. But yeah, they already have non-THC weed. It's called CBC weed. And that's what they sell in Hawaii. When Rachel and I went to Hawaii, we tried buying weed at their weed stores, and it's CBD. I'm sorry, CBD. It's all CBD, and it doesn't get you high at all. We had to buy street weed to get weed that actually got you high. Why anybody would smoke weed that does not get you high, I do not know. It is not the same thing as beer, which is a beverage, you know? It's part of the general food pantheon. Smoking, nobody smokes for the flavor, okay? Don't believe Marlboro when they say, welcome to flavor country. People don't smoke cigarettes because they like the flavor of it. That's ridiculous. Now, my friend Dave Porter said he's recently tried non-alcoholic spirits, and in fact, he recommended a couple specifically. He said, you know, they'll surprise you in some way, like that their whiskey over ice is actually quite good. But I can't, it's hard for me to conceive of that because spirits have such a high alcohol content that they're, the experience of drinking them is defined so much in full by the alcohol. Unlike beer, um, which frankly I like so much more now that I don't drink alcohol. I drink a lot of beer now. Do we believe Guy Fieri when he says welcome to Flavortown? It depends what he's eating. If he's eating one of his own dishes, then I'm going to say no. Because I read the New York Times review of Guy Fieri's New York Mia, whatever restaurant it was that he had opened in New York. And to say that the critic was underwhelmed would be underselling the critic's level of underwhelmment. The first alcoholic drink the show media ever had was Talking with Famous People. Talking with Famous People is 3 parts gin, 2 parts whiskey, 1 part lime juice, 4 parts Cointreau, 2 parts simple syrup, 1 cocktail onion, 2 olives on a stick, shaken with ice with the olives in the shaking part. Then take the olives out. Then pour it, strain it into a martini glass, and then pour that into a regular tumbler with rocks, orange peel, lemon zest, bitters, and just 2 small cubes of rock salt. And pour that into there. That's a Talking with Famous People. Pretty fancy, huh? I don't know what the first alcoholic drink I ever tried was because I remember as a fairly little kid, if I had the hiccups, my dad would give me just like a little bit from the cap. He'd pour a little bit of liquor into the cap of something, and it made my hiccups go away. Then my mom caught him doing that one day. And he had to stop doing that after that. Might explain a few things. I don't think so though, but it might have had something to do with something. You think rum and whiskey are nauseating? I mean, here's the deal. Whatever you last got sick on is nauseating. Personally, I think tequila, I never liked tequila. You know, there was never an occasion when I really had a tequila phase. I always found that tequila, more even than every other kind of liquor, when you wake up in the morning it's like you, your mouth tastes like tequila, your stomach tastes like tequila, your sweat smells like tequila. Anytime the next 2 days you encounter a lime, you have a sudden re-experiencing of the taste of tequila. So I never liked tequila, but I've I've like had the experience of, oh, I cannot even smell that stuff anymore for like a stretch of time after I had a particularly bad hangover from it. You know, one of the worst hangovers I ever got, I remember a guy with Dave Porter. He and I went and purchased Vaughn's or Ralph's. I don't remember which store it was, but I think it was Vaughn's. Store brand gin. It was like the most hard alcohol we get for the least amount of money, right? Oh my God. That was a punishing hangover. However, later in life, I became very fond of good gin and tonics especially. It's like if you want to drink alcohol on a hot day, it's nothing like a gin and tonic made with Bombay Sapphire. Oh yeah, it's probably already risen up already. So now I need to Google, what do you do after your bread dough has risen? What do you do after the bread is done rising? It must be pressed down or turned to prevent it from overproofing. Okay. Punching down, shaping, and the final rise. All right. So now I need to punch down. Before I punch down, I need to wash my hands. All right. Punch down. I like to be about double the size. Ah. It doesn't really seem like proper bread dough. But, who's looking at you, kid? We're going to try it out anyway, and we're going to cook it. We're going to see what kind of bread it makes. Alright, there. It's punched down, but it's not, it's way too wet still. Regardless, there you go. Bread dough. Now that I punched it down, what comes next? Ah, get off of me. Get off of my house. Thank you for the reminder, Winston's mom. I probably would have just let it go indefinitely until I was like, oh yeah, that thing I was doing. Okay. So let's go back to the computer now and read what to do next. Punching down, shaping, and the final rise. Overproofed dough is usually very dense. Well, this dough is not too dense. If the dough is to have a second proofing, it must be folded using one package fold. Shaping. Different types of bread require different shapes. Your recipe will provide the necessary detail. The final rise. Once the dough is shaped, it needs to be risen one more time. To be transferred to the pan, it will be baked in or on first. As with previous rises, cover dough with lightly oiled plastic wrap and let it rise in a warm, moist environment. Okay, so basically, now I have to put it in this pan. This pan right here. So what I'm going to do before I put it in this pan is I'm going to get a little bit of flour. And I'm going to dust the inside of this pan with flour. Because I'm thinking that might make it less sticky. But that doesn't really dust very well. So instead of dusting it, I'm going to do the dusting alternative. I'm going to squirt it with this stuff. And hopefully that makes it less likely to stick to this as I'm trying to pull it out. As you can see, my bread dough is not like proper bread dough is supposed to be at all. It pours like soup. I think that may have maybe too much dough for one pan of bread. I should probably take some out. Now, the next thing to do, if you know anything about stuff, you'll know this already. The next thing to do is to let this rise again, this time in the pan. But it said to let it double its size again. But if I let this double its size, it's going to be too big, I think. So I'm going to pull a little bit more out, as per me. Get off of my fingers. You, get off of there. Okay. Good enough, I guess. Good enough. It still looks like it maybe has too much dough, but it should be fine. I have faith in America. And And thus, I have faith in bread. It seems pretty clear to me that whoever said there's a 5-to-3 ratio of cups of flour to water is wrong. I have 5 cups of flour in here, 3 cups of water, a little bit of butter, a little honey, and a little salt. And yet, it clearly had too much water in it, or else it wouldn't be so runny. So, pretty obvious to me that someone on the internet needs a stern talking to. This isn't the last loaf of bread I'm going to make. Okay? If you think this is Eric's last foray into bread baking, you were terribly, terribly wrong. And next time, I'm going to get it just right. Now, if this bread, well, it should be over here too, under this warmer light. Let me find a, there's another warm light over here. Yes, that warm light will rise. This dough, you see, it's not close enough to that light. It could be closer to that light. That's good. These things go, I don't know where this goes. In there, I guess. This goes, this can also go in here. Okay. Now, we just need for that bread to rise up against the suppressors until it's approximately at the level of the rim. The rim of the thing. What is this white shit all over the floor right here? And how did it get there? Okay, put this down and this down. Now it's time to go put this away with the mixer. So, as promised by the title of this live stream, you're getting the full bread making experience, start to finish. I hereby resolve, I shall not end this stream until at least the first loaf of bread is done being baked. Obviously, I can't go to bed before then. I'm not tired at all, so that's not an issue really. But additionally, it would be unfair to you to teach you all these important things about bread making, only to deny you the final critical step you need to know to successfully execute baking bread. Something that I'm quite confident I have not accomplished tonight. But something that I'm equally quite confident I shall accomplish before long. And it's easy enough to see why. 4 simple letters. G, goals. O, only goals. A, always goals. L. Loser, you need more goals. Thanks to my intensive program of goal setting and realizing, I'm the high achieving, happy, successful, actualized, middle-aged man you see before you today. Do you think that happened on its own? No. It's the result of a lot of goal setting, following through, consistency, persistence, and don't ever give up until you are living the dream that you dreamed when you were dreaming of living. My symposium, at the low price of $750 for 3 45-minute group sessions, will tell you everything you need to know to go from goalless to goal met. Let's say maybe your dream is owning your own business. Maybe your dream's too small. How about you get to be the CEO of the world's biggest corporation? Now that's a goal I can get behind. One of the sayings we have around here at goal.com is, your goals are too small. Make bigger goals. Don't just, want to finish a marathon. Your goal should be to win the marathon at the Olympics. The only thing stopping you are your limiting beliefs. I'm here to help you get rid of those limiting beliefs. With a singularity of goal achievement ferocity that'll blow your little mind. We've all watched our fair share, I'm sure, or at least snippets here and there of El Futbol, as they call it in Mexico. Let me ask you, what does that announcer shout? Does he shout muse about possible options? Does he shout navel gaze? Does he shout wine? Does he shout sit around in your dirty room with unslain dragons? No, he shouts goal. Goal! Because even the Mexicans know, if you don't have a goal, you haven't got shit. You're never going to get anywhere in life. Is that helping everybody to understand the necessary goal-making framework they need to have? Do you think this bong rip's just going to smoke itself? No. I set a goal. I wrote it down. Eric, you will smoke a bong rip at 8:51. I'm now following through on that. Why? I set a reminder on my phone. I know my memory's not the greatest. I'm not necessarily going to keep track of all the goals I set. That's why you've got to write these things down. If time management's an issue, there are so many wonderful tools to help you with that. You can set reminders to keep you alerted every 15, 20 minutes to your continuing set of steps you need to follow to attain your goals. Just do that for 15 or 20 years straight, relentlessly. You can probably get by with 5 hours of sleep a night, and you're going to live the life you've always dreamed. You're always going to be at work, and when you're not, you're going to be thinking about work. Kind of wishing you were there. I kind of wish I were at work right now, actually. Don't forget to buy my book. Yeah. Entitled Goal. The only thing between you and your goals. I think Gary Golson there should probably partner up with Dr. Lionel Sprinting Wolf Kazaquo, who's willing to say just about whatever, anything. He's just in it. Like, Gary Golson clearly believes in goals and goal setting. I don't think Dr. Lionel Sprinting Wolf Kazaquo believes in much of anything. It's kind of like the Benny Hinn of life coaches. Benny Hinn says things like this. Yes, I'm the Father. Glory and the power, worship. What? What did you say? Sometimes the timer I've set will go off and it will take minutes for me to even remember why I said it. Always feels like success when I do remember the why. And then you are suddenly downturned by the reality that, and all the time it took you to muse about it, it's now too late to do the thing you set the timer to remind yourself to do. You've already ruined the hard-boiled egg. You've already hard-boiled the soft-boiled egg. We are making bread. You and Jack got a brief mention in here at 28 minutes. Okay. Good for me and Jack. Putting me with anybody else, I guess we're both ENTPs doing typology, but you know, people gotta carve out their sort of expertise jurisdiction or whatever. The unwavering and forthright way in which I do so is not very community friendly, you know? It's like, if typology were an interface area, it would be fair to say, hey, you're engaged in anti-competitive practices. Fortunately, typology is a correctness area. But unfortunately, that means other parties' attempts to carve out legitimate spaces in the subject area without beginning by referencing me are doomed to be purveyors of misinformation. I mean, they don't have to mention me by name or anything, but by referencing my explanation of things, I don't really care if they credit it or not. They just need to be correct. But if they enter the field under the operating assumption that there's enough interpretive room here for me to be as correct as anybody else or something, and they're in for a rude awakening or a failure to awaken, one of the two. Let's see how the bread's rising. Maybe it rises faster the second time. Who knows? It's coming along pretty good. Let's give you guys a gander at the old loafaroo. I am naming this loaf Deidre. This is Deidre. I don't necessarily name every loaf of bread, but I am going to name my first loaf of bread in this home. You know, I've made bread before, but this is the first loaf of bread I made here. I don't think it's going to come out very good. So that's why I'm giving it kind of a mediocre name like Deidre. Sorry if your name's Deidre. I think Eric's a pretty mediocre name too, frankly. I think Dale is a terrible name. So I'm not cheating on Deidre's of the world from a position of superiority, but rather commiserating with them. For I too have a ordinary name. A not very good name, you know. Eric Dale. What's your name? Eric. Oh, what a boring name. What's your middle name? Dale. That's a girl's name. No. My name does suck. It's fine. I'm used to it. I've been Eric Dale Strauss my whole life. If I were to name myself, obviously I would have named myself Power Ranger. No relation to the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, though, just to be clear. Might call myself, I don't know, Big Doug. Think about that. I'm Big Doug. I think people would say, your name sounds like Dig Dug, the video game. Or they'd be like, all right, fine. How about Doug the Big? Those don't really fly anymore in modern times. How about Doug Biggs? Douglas Biggs. Pretty good name, but actually I think Doug Big Rod. Be a good name. Or maybe Ken. Ken. Bar. Ken Bar. Dillabar. Ken Dillabar. I think that's a good name for Ken. Ken Dillabar. It's not pronounced barber, okay? It's also not pronounced barbar. It's barbar. Dillabar the fourth. Ken Dillabar the fourth. Kenny Dillabar the fourth. Maybe that would be what I'd make my name. Maybe I'd name myself something Japanese, like Sakitoya Nashimoto. You know, maybe I'd name myself things that sound like names but aren't names, like Gert with an U, or Jarls. Jarls Exochilt Patanamossum. Jarl's Exochilt, in quotes because it's just a nickname. Patamasum. Patamasum? There's a lot of P's and T's in it, I think. Like, there's just Jarl's Exochilt. Just the last name is spelled P-O-T, but the O is silent. Because they don't want to be named after pot. Maybe my name could be Moonfowler Destiny. Moonfowler Destiny is a good name. Or maybe Moonfowler Brigade. Moonfowler Antipathy? No. Moonfowler Apathy? Moonfowler Apathy. It's a good name for a racehorse. Apathetic Towards Victory is a great name for a racehorse. There we want to name them things like Racing for the Finish. Name of a racehorse, Rapidly Losing Ground. Lacks Closing Speed. That'd be a good name for a racehorse. You know, dogs have fancy names like that too. Show dogs do. They're like Equinox of the Western Sky out of Prince Morgendor of Yanquitchtail. In British dog shows, they still call female dogs bitches, but in American dog shows, they just call them females. Well, let's go check on my bread, shall we? Let's go take a look. Let's go see if it's risen like Jesus on Easter. It's getting pretty close. Getting pretty close. I gotta give it another, I don't know, 10 minutes maybe? What do you guys think? I'll give it another 10 minutes. I said, don't let it go over too much because it's going to rise some more in the oven. So maybe I'll preheat the oven and then I don't have any coal fire to use, but I'm sorry. My tandoori oven is out of service at the moment. You know what's crazy? There's an additional faucet on the kitchen sink that until today, neither Rachel nor I had ever attempted to turn on. I didn't even really notice it until today. Like, what is that thing? Insta-hot? What? I tried it. It didn't get instantly hot as promised, so I'm assuming it's broken. What am I Googling? Oh yeah. How hot and long to cook bread? Bake at 375 for 30 to 35 minutes. Okay, well, what temperature is best for heating bread? What temperature should I bake bread? Baking bread at higher temperature, typically around 400 to 450, can result in a better rise and crispier crust. The initial burst of heat helps the bread to expand quickly before the crust sets, creating a desirable texture. How long should I cook bread at 400? Let's see. So this one says 400 for 20 minutes. That seems too much shorter than 30 to 35 minutes for only 25 degrees more. This one says 25 to 30 minutes at 400. That sounds more right. So I think I'll go 26 minutes at 400. Then maybe take 30 seconds to open the oven. So now we'll have a countdown timer on the bread rise because I'll preheat the oven, and when you preheat the oven, it sets the timer for 10 minutes in this case, depending on how hot it is. It's 10 minutes for 400, and it'll beep when it's preheated. So, how much time does this have left to rise? Exactly 10 more minutes. And then it's going into the oven. Now, question. Before I put it in the oven, do you think I should do a slit along the top to give it that classic loaf of bread look? I think I should. What I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. So we've got, call it 36 minutes at this point until the bread comes out of the oven. I think we probably then got maybe 10 minutes to let it cool before I try to take it out of the pan. Just guesstimating. And then after that, we will cut a slice. I have got butter and jelly to put on it. And we will try a slice of bread and butter and jelly. Now, I should reiterate my earlier warning. I already know that this bread dough is too wet. It's not thick enough. So, if you're expecting it to come out fantastic, don't be, okay? When SE eats baked bread, oh, you wait for it to bake some before you make the slit? Is that true? Is that what you're supposed to do for the loaf of bread look? Let me Google this. When do you make the slit on the top of the loaf of bread? Scoring is the process of making shallow cuts in the top of bread dough before baking. It's generally done after the bread's final rise and right before the loaves go in the oven. You're saying I should open the oven part way and then score it. Well, I'm concerned that's going to mess with the temperature and etc. So I don't think that's a good idea. I think I'm going to do it right before I put it in the oven. So I'll have to open the oven part way to do it that way, you're saying. Okay, well, surprising amount of information on how to score bread. I mean, you just take a knife and you cut a line in it, right? Flatbreads are easier. Well, I'm doing a bread that has yeast in it. So it's a leavened bread. I guess that makes it not kosher. Is it the case that all regular bread is not kosher? Does anybody know? I guess Indian bread would be kosher. I'm pretty sure naan. Yeah, I agree with you, Bofet. Nothing beats delicious naan. I'm not sure what you Indians do, but I don't normally like any kind of flatbread. Like I don't like pita. I don't like matzah, but I do love naan. It's easier not in a loaf. Timing, I think. You just knock on it to tell when it's done. Well, this is an experiment in what happens when your bread dough is too wet. But you try to fix the problem by just mixing it more. So we will see what happens with it. It's with two N's, Lo. There's no M. You're thinking about that war in the early 70s. Um, I proofed. I proofed the yeast. I did. Kosher usually means that a rabbi has watched over the process of the food, make sure that everything's clean, certain foods aren't mixed. Does that include? But I mean, it don't Orthodox Jews eat only unleavened bread? I'm not sure. I don't eat only kosher food, but I probably do eat some food about kosher, this kosher. For example, I like Clausen kosher dill pickles, although I don't really get them anymore. But also, even though I'm not vegetarian, I do sometimes eat vegetables. I even occasionally get fish. This time, when I went to the store, I I bought cans of tuna. And the reason is because I had a disappointing tuna melt the other day. And I have challah bread that's leavened. Okay. Well, um, tuna melt. Right. Thank you for reminding me. So the thing is, I had a disappointing tuna melt the other day, but I used to make tuna melts for myself fairly often. The key thing about a tuna melt is it requires the following ingredients: tuna with all the water pressed out of it, cheese, butter for the pan, and bread. Then you push that together. Then you eat it with ketchup. What must you absolutely not do when making a tuna melt? You cannot make a tuna melt out of tuna salad, okay? There should not be any mayonnaise in the tuna. I don't like seafood for the mood part. Your heart is covering the end of your word. I mean, for the most part, I don't like seafood for the most part either. And yet I do like tuna melts made properly, the Eric way. Step one, throw away any mayonnaise in the house. That was at Birdie's. It was the first disappointing thing I'd gotten there. Even saying that, I will acknowledge that for tuna salad, it was okay, I guess, but tuna salad's inherently disgusting. It was pretty good tuna salad. It's like I could eat some of it, but I couldn't eat that much of it. The way I make tuna melts, you press all the water out of the tuna and you get the cheese all melted in the tuna. So you have this gooey mess of tuna and cheese, and you fry it in a little bit of butter in the pan so it sticks to the bottom of the pan or whatever. Then you put that between two pieces of bread. Ideally, you fry each side of the sandwich too. Oh, look at that. Perfect. Just perfect. Okay. So, now, we're going in here. I have no idea what this bread is going to come out like. It is wiggling like jello. Oh, I forgot to score it. That's okay. It's going to be unscored. "26 minutes I'm going to put it in there for. Meanwhile, this other dough is also re-rising. So, if I guess I'll probably end up putting that other dough into the fridge for the night, and well, it depends how this bread turns out, right? Like, I'm assuming this bread's going to turn out crappy. But so let's operate under the assumption the bread is going to turn out crappy. Well, then there's no point in trying to make a second loaf of crappy bread that didn't come out right. And in that instance, I'll definitely just put the dough in the fridge. If the loaf of bread comes out fantastic, then maybe I just bake a second one right now. But really, even so, it should still go in the fridge because bread's best when it's super fresh. If you don't get it at the store, if you get it at the store and you have preservatives in it, it lasts a little while. But it gets stale fast if it's fresh bread like this. Well, Rachel loves lobster. It is kind of unreasonably expensive food, you know. I actually was gonna get a ham today at the supermarket. I saw the prices on a ham and I was like, you know what? I don't really need a ham that badly. It was like a decent sized ham like you serve for Christmas is like $60. Which seems, have hams always been that expensive? I guess I never really bought a ham before. Ham buyer, buying hams in your direction. We'll turn the coffee off for now. Ah. Oops, sorry. Here you go, Trouble. Go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Gentleman. Mr. Gentleman Scholar. In the coffee making process, after you pour the creamer, you've got to stir it up. Little darling, stir it up. Like that. Is the coffee now ready to drink? Oh, you might think so, but no. First of all, coffee comes out of the percolator blazing hot. Like, you go straight from, coffee to creamer to mouth, you will burn your mouth. One possibility is to wait for it to cool. Another possibility is to top it off with a bit of heavy cream. A little heavy whipping cream will cool it down a bit. And give it an extra double creamy sensation of flavor. Now, you get your handy sipping lid, place it on top of the cup, making sure it snaps, and you're about as well prepared as a man can be to smoke a cigarette. Thanks to wonderful, magical coffee station. Well, I'm making some progress on the carpets in here. Earlier, I sprinkled baking soda all over the carpet and then vacuumed it up after it sat there for a while, which helped it to not smell like cat piss. But I need to get it with the Resolve tomorrow and get it with the shop vac too. Because that is a temporary odor solution, but not a real solution to getting these filthy carpets clean. By me, not getting them clean, cleaning them myself. With a toothbrush. What would even be worse than a toothbrush would be a spoon. If Milton Friedman had said to people cleaning carpets, why don't you give them all spoons? The Chinese would have responded, because they aren't eating the carpets. They might also have responded, because we use chopsticks. That's the best ending to that Milton Friedman joke. Why are you having these people doing all this heavy construction with just hand shovels? Well, because all these people need jobs. Well, why don't you give them all spoons then? Because we use chopsticks. Touche, says Milton Friedman. Ironically, you guys don't play chopsticks on the piano. Touche, touche, said the Chinese. And they all had a good laugh over the horrors of communism. Either of those punchlines is great, you know. Why not give them all spoons? Because they aren't eating the dirt. Or because we use chopsticks. We're Chinese. Either of those is a fantastic comeback to Milton Friedman. Wouldn't that story have played differently if the Chinese just had a sassy comeback? I think it would. I think it would have played out differently in history. Hi, Bubbles. How's my Mr. Man kitty? Seeing you reminds me, I better keep up on the litter box. I don't want to give either the cat an excuse to piss in the house again. Dear Lord. But I mean, the thing is, it doesn't count as a good excuse anyway, because they can piss outside. The only reason I think Trouble pissed us in the house is because both the litter box was full and it was raining outside and you didn't want to get wet. Well, you know what? You caused me a lot of trouble with all the cleaning up and stuff, though. So maybe think about someone other than yourself occasionally, Trouble.
Why did you think about us before you left and clean the litter box properly?
It was an oversight.
Yeah, also with my pissing on the carpet.
Why do you have such a high voice?
Because you cut off my balls.
That wasn't me. That was animal control.
Yeah, they treat me like an animal. Kidnapping me, maiming me, sending me back out into the world. Same cat, just less of a man.
I'm sorry that happened to you, Mr. Meow. Yeah, Daddy loves you.
You say you love me, but you don't seem to like watching me eat very much.
Well, you know, I also don't particularly like watching Rachel eat, but it doesn't mean I don't love her. It just means I don't find watching anybody or thing eat very entertaining.
Yeah, pretty selfish of you. Worried about your entertainment while I'm starving to death.
Way to lay on the guilt trip, Trouble. Now the fucking cats expect food in 4 places. Each of them expects to have a plate in the garage and a plate in the house. Trouble standing by the plate in the garage like, fill it up with food. That's only for when guests are here, Trouble. Otherwise, you can eat in the kitchen like a regular human being. There's no reason to be eating out in the garage. You aren't a parked car. Come on, let's eat inside. No, come on, let's go inside. Let's eat in the kitchen. You've got to keep an eye on my bread. You can help me. Come on, Trouble. You want to stay in the garage? Fine. Stay in the garage. It's like, normally, he's insisting I open the garage door to the house for him so he doesn't have to go through the cat door. Because it's a bit of a tight squeeze for him. But if I want him to come in the house and open the door for him, then of course he doesn't want to come in the house. Because he's trouble. He's always been trouble. He will always be trouble. No matter how much we love him, that cat is just continual trouble. Hi, Trouble. Now you're inside. Now you want me to get up again and go into the kitchen and watch you eat. Crawfish are delicious if you get them in Louisiana. I didn't like seafood of any sort, really. I was very much like when I was 14 and we visited my family in Louisiana. I was like, I am not eating those things. But I ended up trying one, and I couldn't believe how fucking delicious they were. I was like, I gotta just eat as many of these things as I possibly can. They're so good. So, if you have them made right in Louisiana with a proper crawfish boil with a bunch of fresh crawfish, oh my God, it's so good. My parents actually did that one time in LA. They ordered live crawfish from Bristol Farms in Pasadena, which had recently opened. It was like the first kind of like Vaughn's Pavilions, Whole Foods, like fancy supermarket. It was kind of a chain. Anyway, at the time you could order live crawdads, and they ordered a bunch of them. I remember they put them in the fridge for like later that evening when they were going to cook them. And then when we went back to get them from the fridge, had started crawling all around the fridge. So anyway, I don't remember how they turned out, but I'd assume they turned out good, you know. That's the kind of thing that's gotten way more expensive, you know. Back when the population was smaller, early 80s or whatever, it's probably still expensive for my parents at the time, but something like that would be prohibitively expensive now. You know, ordering a bunch of live crawdads from Louisiana to cook. It seems like, okay, that's pretty indulgent. You had a man of war swim right by you. Fortunately, in between you and him was a man of peace, and that kept you safe. Nobody would have noticed. You were in the ocean, Boba Fett. It's like you and all the fish are also peeing in the ocean, so that's fine. That's why I don't go swimming in the ocean. It's full of fish urine. Yeah, we all give thanks for that. Otherwise, Boba Fett wouldn't be here with us today. He'd be enjoying his virgins in Muslim heaven. The Portuguese men of war are the worst. I mean, the Spanish men of war aren't great, but I'd take a Spanish man of war over a Portuguese one any day. Because Portuguese is only spoken like 2 places. I speak a little Spanish, but I would not be able to communicate with a Portuguese man of war. Oh, that's 30 pounds of boiled crawfish. I'm talking about live crawfish. The ocean is 90% pee. Well, the thing is, the ocean has this ability to convert pee into salt water, but only at a certain rate. One of the environmental benefits of destroying our ocean ecosystems is the level of total pee in the oceans is going down. Well, sure. Every time I've ever gone surfing, at some point when you're out there, you have to pee. You just pee in your wetsuit. But I haven't been surfing in a while. Well, that's another reason not to go swimming in public pools. I certainly don't. I'm not a big believer in swimming. Don't I get enough water immersion? It seems like a shower is sufficient time in water for me. I don't need to. If I really need to get more in water, I could take a bath. We don't have a very big bathtub, but I could squeeze in there. And, if absolutely necessary that I must go underwater, I'd rather jump in a lake than either the ocean or a public pool. It just doesn't seem hygienic to me. You like to float in the shallows when there's not too many waves? £50 of select live crawfish for $275. That's actually less than I thought. That is less than I expected. It's a lot of crawfish for $300. I don't know. I mean, how many crawfish are there in a pound? 3, maybe? 4? How much does the average crawfish weigh? 18 to 22 per pound? That's a shit ton of crawfish. So it's like, say it's 20 per pound. Well, it's like 1,000 crawfish for $300. That's cheap. Well, they're tiny. They're like this. So I misjudged the amount per pound by a substantial amount. There's actually 20 of them in a pound. Yeah, like baby lobsters. I'm just really surprised it's that cheap. I guess one thing that's changed to make things, to the consumer's advantage is shipping costs have gone down. Interesting. So it could be as few as 10 to 15 jumbo crayfish in a pound, or as many as 40 smaller crayfish in a pound. Field run mix will typically be field run. I wonder what a field run is. They must have some field of water where they're breeding these things, I guess. the Grunions run. My parents went to a Grunion run at some point when I was a little kid. They told me about it. I don't remember it, but apparently I was there. I'm pretty sure you're not allowed to go catch Grunions at the Grunion run anymore. You know, a lot of crazy shit you could do in the 70s that you can't do anymore. Back in the 70s, the Salton Sea was still a good fishing spot. And I'm not sure if it's one of my very early memories or if it's a very early dream that I remember. But I have a memory of like a fish on a line at the Salton Sea that somehow I know is the Salton Sea. I know my parents took me there at some point when I was a little kid. But I don't know if I actually remember that, if it was a dream or something. You know, those early childhood memories are very unreliable. So I'm guessing in just a few short minutes, we're gonna hear a beep, 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 and we're gonna have an opportunity to try out this loaf of bread together. I'm gonna butter the bread. I'm gonna jelly it. I'm gonna have a delicious piece of bread and butter and jelly. Just like Mom used to make, except probably this bread is not going to be delicious and it's gonna come out all weird. That's my prediction. The dough was definitely not right. I've engaged with bread dough frequently enough to know that bread dough is not supposed to pour like pancake batter. I mean, it didn't quite pour like pancake batter, but you know, it definitely wasn't bread dough level of thickiness. Maybe I should have tossed a few crawfish in there. I should have put more flour in, like Mrs. Mom said. But it's like, how could the ratio I read of 5 cups of flour to 3 cups of water be so fucking wrong? Like, how is that so high up on the list of internet results? Well, I did do my best, darling, in this particular instance. Fortunately, I get more than one trip to the plate if I want to take another crack at this. I can do so. I got plenty of flour left, plenty of yeast. We got honey and salt, butter. I got everything I need to try again. But my thought is, regardless of how this bread comes out, once I'm done sampling the bread, I'll put the existing dough in the fridge and delay making a decision about that dough. If this bread came out all terrible, then I might just throw that dough away. But if the bread came out showing some kind of promise or something, well, maybe I'll save the dough, see what happens if it rises again overnight, etc. Just give that a try. I don't think that's done. Give it another 4 minutes. It looks undone. It's not golden brown on the outside. It's just kind of white looking. So we'll try to give it a little bit more browning. And hope that next time I look at it, fingers crossed, it'll look like bread's supposed to look, at least on the outside. Now, what's it going to look like on the inside is another question. If you have bread that you've risen but not punched down, and then just put directly into the thing and try to bake it like that, you end up having too many big bubbles of air inside of it. And so it's got these big pockets of emptiness. I've tried that before. You really need to do both of these steps. Yeah, you do. Even though this didn't get any water directly on it, because it's raining, it sort of absorbed a lot of humidity. Makes it harder to light. I'm glad to hear that the rain is still coming down a little bit. You know, steady little bits of rain for a number of days is, more or less equivalent to a shit ton of rain in one day. So I was looking at the cloud forecast earlier, and it seems to be some sort of like storm spawning spiral. It's actually pushing clouds directly onto us. So, and more than just us in California, but I'm seeing promise in the cloud map for rain continuing. Oh gosh, possibly through Saturday. I don't know if the weather prediction thing on Microsoft agrees with me or not, but I have very little faith in that weather prediction thing. Their forecast, if you look at the forecast, is very unreliable, even just like 2 days before the forecast. However, if you look at the actual satellite maps, you can kind of make your own estimation of what things look like. A little bit better than their forecast. I don't even think they're trying past 2 days or something. If they are trying, they're not trying very hard. Okay, bread dough. Whatever your deal is, I'm gonna just stick you overnight in the fridge. That way I don't have to worry about cleaning that thing tonight. Yeah, there we go. You think it needs a little more time? It looks a little not that brown on top. I call it done. I'm gonna call it done anyway. Now we just need to let it sit there for a second. And I'll get out something to chip out the bread onto. Like a cutting board or something. As for me, yeah. So we'll just let that sort of cook in the pan there, or in this thing. The bread shaper, the loaf pan, the loaf shaping pan. Um, well, maybe it doesn't. It doesn't feel irredeemably fucked up at initial touch. All right, you. Out you come. You dirty rot. Well, we're gonna figure out how to get this thing to come loose. Come on. There we go. There. Okay. So we did get a little bit of stickage here on the sides. That could be a sign that it's slightly undercooked. Or it could just be a sign that I didn't get the oil stuff sprayed onto that spot very well. Okay. The moment of truth has arrived. It's time to get a bread knife. Maybe I put it in here. I moved things around. I thought that drawer was getting too heavy. And where's the fucking bread knife? Why do I move things around? Why? Why must I be so mean to myself? I guess I'll cut it with this. Because I can't find the bread knife. Alright, let's try a piece with butter and jelly on it. If it's good, Rachel, I'll bring you a couple pieces, okay? At least one. You don't eat that much, but... Butter. Plenty of butter is a necessary component to bread and butter and jelly. We'll get another piece of bread. And this will make the butter melt. Then we put that bread on top of this one. It's hot and it'll make the butter melt. And then we get this stuff. Turn this bad boy over. And start applying that jelly. Doesn't this look delicious? Bread, butter, and jelly. Just like Mom used to make. Except I'm sure the bread is not as good. Well, let's give it a shot. See what we think. Let's try it. It's a little undercooked. Well, frankly, still fucking fantastic. I will bring Rachel one forthwith. I think she's gonna like this. I'm thinking this is about a 35-minute loaf. If I make it again with the same dough tomorrow. At 35 minutes, at 400, I'm thinking this bread would be bomb diggity. Despite the weird texture of the dough, it's super chewy. Like delicious chewy bread, you know? You might even go so far as to call it ultra chewy. Take that up to Rachel. Along with a napkin. Let's see. Napkin. It's so good though. I'm not surprised it's not perfect. It's a little undercooked or whatever. I knew it wasn't going to come out perfect, but quite frankly, pleasantly surprised by how delicious it is. So we'll see what Rachel thinks. But there's no disputing it needed another 5 minutes, maybe 6 minutes. After all, it was wetter than normal bread dough, so it makes sense that it would have to cook a little longer. Anyway, tomorrow I'll make another loaf of this bread, and I'll time it exactly right. Thank you, Rachel. I think it's pretty yummy too, even though it's a little undercooked. Mm. Sure. You don't want bread, trouble. Yeah, I know. The Rachel Strauss here in my live stream. It's truly a privilege to have her here. No, it's much more edible than 3. It's like kind of tastes like pancakes. Actually, Ruben, Mexicans define candy as anything that you put in a piñata. So there's that. Mm. Wow. Well, the thing is, Servant King, I know a lot about Mexico and Mexican culture from my years running Pepe's Piping Hot Piñatas. Um, you may remember the craze when all the kids wanted their piñatas filled with piping hot flan. After the 3rd or 4th liability lawsuit, we just had to shutter our doors, you know. Shutter our windows, shut our doors. Shutter whenever we saw shutters or doors. I'm not remotely bummed that you didn't show up with flanata. You know, Rachel and I got to have all the flan we need in our life the other day when Rachel ordered it at the Mexican restaurant. Buenas noches, Charlar. Who's Charlar? Good night. Sleep well. Don't forget to eat plenty of bed bugs. I think I'm about a cigarette away from following Servant King's example. And also following the example of what I made tonight by going to bread. I probably won't go straight to bed. Probably what I'll do is this. Or I'll smoke this cigarette together, okay? Then I'm going to come inside and take 2 gabapentins. That's how serious I am tonight. I'm going to take 2 gabapentins. And hope to knock out for, ideally like 8 hours, right? A lot of times I have trouble getting that when I'm on cycle. But so far I'm off to a great start on cycle, which is to say I exercised self-discipline and I'm really feeling the importance of not running out too soon. You know, I don't mind if there's 4 or 5 days in between running out and getting more or something, but be careful when I get up to use the restroom because they're going to be all wobbly. Or I'm assuming having amphetamines in my system is going to somewhat counteract that, but we'll see. I'll be fine. You know, I often wobble when I just get out of bed just because I'm tired too. In the middle of the night, just like, oh, I gotta go pay a God damn it. When I was 10 years old, I could sleep for like 12 hours without getting out to pay. But, you know, it actually feels better lately than it used to be. I don't have to get it quite as often as I used to. I think my occasional efforts to massage my prostate are succeeding. Of course, constantly being incredibly dehydrated also helps. I actually have really horrible like drinking habits in that I will get all what is that? I will get all dehydrated during the day and I feel all thirsty. I'll drink a bunch of drinks during the evening and I have to get up to pee because I drank so much beverages. Poor SI planning. Just not an SI frame of reference really. The SI people have this thing that they do that I just don't do, which is they plan like the whole day around repeating events like meals or when you go to work, when you get off work, etc. I probably even plan their free time. I mean, I know they do. Like my mom would be like, and then after that, I'm gonna do this, and after that, I'm gonna do that, and then it'll be time for bed. Well, I just don't operate like that at all. You know? When I get up, I might have a vague notion of something I'd like to get accomplished in the morning. I might have a thought like, oh, I have to check that email for this. I have to deal with that person today because they've been waiting for a while or something like that. But I try to do a certain amount of that, but it's on a very small time frame. It's like, okay, well, first I'll go outside and smoke a cigarette, then I'll come inside in the stream and go to bed. But then after in the stream, I go, well, actually, I'll probably just sit here and watch a cartoon or something first, wait for the gabapentin to kick in. I'm not sure, but the only way I can even like schedule it all is by saying, okay, I'm tired enough that I'm confident if I take 2 gabapentin and lie down, I'll go to sleep. I'd like to do that so that I try to stay on some kind of sane sleeping schedule rather than go to bed at 3 in the morning. Or stay up all night and wait till tomorrow night sleep, some shit like that. And I'm trying to avoid that. I don't want to avoid feeling all tore up. I want to get the benefits of the Adderall without the the downsides if I can manage to. Because, you know, it doesn't take a ton for me to feel energized, interested in life, desirous of doing things, etc. But it seems to take at least a little bit. Anyway, as long as I get plenty of sleep, then I shouldn't experience really the kind of diminishing returns that I'm accustomed to. As I'm pretty sure those diminishing returns link to lack of sleep. Also, if I could manage to theoretically skip a day here or there, you know, get a little bit of a sleep catch up to the extent that I need one. I feel like I'm better able to tell how badly I need sleep than I used to be able to. Or maybe I just didn't feel it before, you know. I definitely don't have the kind of endurance for partying that I used to have. All right. Well, that concludes that cigarette. And in a moment, I will conclude this live stream. Now I gotta take crap off of the bed before I actually go to bed. That must be why Rachel didn't stay downstairs. And I forgot I had a bunch of crap on the bed. Alright, I'm gonna turn these lights off and put the jam away, or jelly, whatever it is. I'll put this piece of butter away. I'm going to end up just throwing out the rest of this loaf of bread because it's undercooked. I'll try again tomorrow, hopefully with more success. And yeah, I just toss this. Put this in the sink. I just kind of wipe this cutting board off and put it back. All it has on it is a little bit of bread crumbs. Okay, now let's turn this light off. This light off. This light off. Lock that door. Turn this light off. Turn the walkway lights off. Lock this door. Grab my torch. Come over here. Pull a farewell bong rip. And then at long last, far too late, will I bid you my time adieus. Take care, everybody. Dream creature, dream X creature. That's interesting. I don't think our minds and bodies have evolved rapidly enough to accommodate modernity. Well, you seem to be doing fine. You're managing this chat successfully. despite its strange and futuristic modern ways. I mean, I guess it depends on what modernity you experience, right? I feel very well adapted to my current life. Does that represent modernity? Well, yeah, and that it's not some sort of primitive culture, but my life is not representative of the average person's life. I'm much more fortunate for, no credit of my own. All right. Have a good one. I'll see you tomorrow.